We're going live. We just missed Trump doing his oath of office. We're gonna play around here for a little bit. Baron Trump is all. Okay. Yeah, how much of these? If they sell. Yeah. What do we have for quests to do? All right. That one I don't think we're going to end up doing. We're gonna fly to Ratchet.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th
Kind of hoping
President
to
of the
be able to
United
get to
States of
Stranglethorn today.
America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens.
I love Vice President
The golden
Harris.
age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
Hey, hold up.
And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Definitely buy that health potion. And a potion, I think we should be fine.
I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals,
Holy
many
shit.
from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed
Okay, let's
their
just chant
freedom.
that real quick.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
That's interesting. Okay.
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you.
Dang, I don't have a drink.
Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
I wonder if I can get this on the
It is
next.
my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is
so,
rapidly unifying behind
be careful
our
with this.
agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God.
Those are interesting.
Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
I like that. National emergency at the southern border. Here for it.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Now that's something I'm supportive of. We're gonna go and send our troops into other countries. I think we should deal with cartels.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to
Oh my God,
buy
there's so many
the
people.
car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a
Disarmed.
few
Wow,
years
okay.
ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our
get this guy down.
citizens. For this purpose,
Oh my goodness.
we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before.
Oh my God.
To restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government.
Gotta run. We gotta
My
run.
administration will establish a
Jesus.
brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Oh, can I get the fear off? Yep. Okay. I don't have a way to heal myself right now other than bandages. There we go.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict
Back.
free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back
Oh
free
my
speech
God.
to America.
Dude, this is insane right now.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
I need to add these out here on my toolbar.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Ads on? How did they keep popping up? I told it to turn them all the way off, like as little as they could.
This week I will
I didn't see an
service
option to
members
actually
who
turn
were
them. I guess I
unjustly
could
expelled from
maybe
our
turn
military for
monetization off. I
objecting
don't
to
know.
the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
I was gonna say, I feel like YouTube won't let me actually completely turn them off. Like, YouTube will still send them out. Even if I have my monetization turned off, they'll still try and monetize the video.
In 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars.
Let's get up and
that we end,
around
and
over
perhaps
here.
Most importantly, the
Maybe
wars
pull this
we
guy here.
never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Oh god, that guy respawned quick.
Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be
I think those are
changing
plate,
the name
probably, though.
of the Gulf of Mexico to
there
the
are.
Gulf of America, and we will restore the name
The Gulf of
of
America.
a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent.
Gulf of
He's a natural
America.
businessman, and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000
God, this is going to be a poll here.
in the building of the Panama Canal.
Oh
We've
my
been
God,
treated
the
very
interruption.
badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged.
Really?
Not treated
Oh my God.
fairly in
The
any
interrupts.
way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
I desperately Need some health. Thank God Boyd Walker has a lot of health.
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization.
Oh my God,
as
stop
we
healing.
liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our
expectations, another one healing somewhere?
and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons.
My
and we
God.
will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts.
How is it still healing?
Plant the
It has
stars and
no mana.
stripes on the
What
planet
is this?
Mars.
What kind of bullshit is this? Oh, I hate this quest. We're just gonna fucking die. Oh my God. Ugh. Fuck that.
Ambition is
That's
the
one thing
lifeblood of a
Ascension
great
needs to
nation.
work on.
And right now our nation is more
They have their
ambitious
respawn
than
rates
any other.
for
There's
mobs
no
turned
nation like
way
our
up.
nation.
And then stuff like
Americans are
that
explorers,
healer was
builders,
healing with
innovators,
no mana.
entrepreneurs, and pioneers.
That shouldn't happen.
The spirit of the
Um,
frontier is written
we
into
are just
our hearts. The call of
Resurrecting
the
right here.
next
If we get sickness,
great
we get sickness.
adventure
If not, cool.
resounds
And yeah,
from within
we
our
are not going to deal with
souls.
that. So
Our American ancestors turned a small group of
that fucking
colonies
sucked.
on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued
let's
millions
actually
from
sell
tyranny,
some.
lifted
before we leave
billions
town.
from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me
Sell
to
that.
stage such a historic political comeback.
Go turn this
But
quest
as you
in
see
quick while we're
today,
here.
I am. The American people have spoken.
Thinking.
I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best.
Yeah.
From New York to Los
Let's
Angeles.
do
From
some
Philadelphia
enchanting
to Phoenix,
quick. Ruined
from
silver
Chicago
rod.
to
Oh
Miami,
boy. Okay.
From Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom.
Let's
They
go
were farmers and
find.
soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners,
Like
police
a
officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history.
warrior
With your
trainer.
help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God.
Oh, do you have a
So
silver
to every
rod for
parent
me,
who dreams
sir?
for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you. I will fight
Nope.
for you.
about you?
I will win for you.
Nope.
We're going to win like never
Probably
before.
need to go to Orgrimmar for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and
let's
make
take a look at
it
our Mystic
great again,
Scrolls here real
greater
quick.
than ever before.
So,
We
this
will
one
be a
unlocks at
nation like no other,
25.
full
We've
of
got Glyph of the
compassion,
Void
courage,
Walker,
and exceptionalism.
Demonic
Our
Siphon.
power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world
that is
that has been
a good
angry,
one.
violent, and totally unpredictable.
We unlock
America
that
will
at
be
30, that at
respected again and
25.
admired again, including by
Okay, we don't
people
get any
of
other thing.
religion, faith, and goodwill.
What do we have
We
for
will be prosperous.
epic
We will
ones
be proud.
here?
We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken.
Oh, God.
And we will not fail.
Did it throw
From
another
this
ad
day
in?
on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation.
Delay
We will
ads.
stand bravely.
Turn
We
off
will live
ads.
proudly.
Why?
We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours.
Like, don't get me wrong. I wanna
Our
golden
golden
make money
age
off
has
of
just
ads,
begun.
but
Thank you. God bless
when I
America.
tell it to
Thank
like
you all. Thank
turn
you.
off or like really,
Thank you very much.
really lessen them, and it doesn't.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. I just got a pop up on my screen that said ads inserted, and I was like, thought I turned those. I delayed them.
Thank you.
Okay. Run over to the
Ladies and
enchanter
gentlemen,
quick.
Performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Kind of weird that I can do all of these item enhancement hits. Is this quest? Oh, yeah, Oldman. I don't plan on going to Oldman. Hold on 1 second here, guys. I was looked over to see if the inauguration was still going. Didn't mute. Okay. It's just they're in between songs or something. Copper rod. Do I have to buy a silver rod on the auction now? Am I stupid?
You know the words, help me out here.
Get these learned real quick.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the auction house, I think.
for spacious skies, for
Hello. I think I want to try quick. Lesser intellect? Yes.
for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his
Minor wizard oil. Okay.
From sea to
That actually seems useful. Hold on a second. There was like greater wizard oil or something. I want to see what level I needed that. Should have just bought it. Alright, so minor mana oil?
Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce
Lesser
the
wizard oil
benediction
is at
clergy.
230. Okay.
I now call
No, we're gonna hold off then.
Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Sure, that is the cloth quest. Correctly? Yeah.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment.
Silver rod.
Bless President Donald
Thank
J.
God. Oh
Trump
my God,
and
they're
Vice
freaking
President
expensive
J.D.
as hell.
Vance
I can't
with
even
the
afford
strength
one right
and
now.
courage to choose the right and the good.
Good Lord.
Unite us
Let's.
around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty,
Sell.
of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity.
Okay.
Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation.
All right, let's get back.
To pair progress with purpose,
Probably just gonna go
knowledge with
to.
wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages,
I'm just gonna go to Crossroads.
both
Go from
American
there.
and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God,
We have peace in America.
grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave
Now, I'm a
45th
Christian,
and
but
now
I-
our 47th president
This guy
a
is like
millimeter miracle.
praying for
We are grateful
America
that
and
you
Israel
are the
as one.
that have called him for such a time as this.
I just
that America
want
would
America to
begin
deal with America things.
to dream again. We pray
Be
that we
done
would fulfill the
overseas,
true meaning
everywhere.
of our creed. That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our
Should
president
probably do this request.
that we will
real
live in
quick.
a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character.
Why the
Heavenly
weird
Father,
accent?
in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee.
Never mind.
Sweet
I thought it was still
land
the
of
rabbi
liberty of
talking.
thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom
Totally
ring,
here
and
for-
because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring.
Hold on.
From the
Did it-
snow-capped Rockies
Yeah, okay.
of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free
Yeah.
at last. Thank you, God
God
Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice
Let's
President
go
J.D. Vance,
with
we turn our hearts to you,
minor
seeking
fortitude, I
your
guess.
divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land.
Greater magic
Thank you for
essence.
the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love
Oh my
and
God,
wisdom
that's
will
expensive as hell.
envelop them. Grant
We're
them
gonna
the
hold off on that
clarity
for
of
now.
mind to navigate the challenges that lie
I need to
ahead,
set my dang
and the
Hearthstone
compassion to serve all
crossroads.
citizens
Keep
with
forgetting.
fairness and integrity. May their
Wait, can I?
hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope
Because
in times of
The
uncertainty
inauguration and
and
World of Warcraft
prophetic
at the same time?
voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue
You
and
have for
heartfelt
request.
listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting
Bro
our
is so
fellow
loud.
citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears,
Saying like the
and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds
the
of
inauguration
uncertainty
thing is loud.
may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump
Okay.
emblazoned on our hearts. As long as
Was
we
it
have
the
pride in our
guy doing the
beliefs,
Martin Luther King speech?
courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Okay. What quest do I have? That one's there. Scorpid quest. Alright. Hey, it's 3D printing stuff? What are you 3D printing? I did turn down my OBS a little bit, so I think it should be a little better, but there may be some yelling at some point by some of these guys, so there's music that is loud, so apologies for that. This guy is in it. Ah, you need a new printer. I have never invested in a 3D printer, but my uncle had a couple. Those are always cool when he was printing with those. He never had like one of the really good ones that like you could do. I'd like 3D printing like metal and stuff, but
President and official party depart the platform.
ooh, this reminds me, I need to get some soul shards. Raxus Bang. That's a nice little dagger. Be good for a rogue. Okay, so we need to get into the center of the pond here. Ah, nice. Do you do like first person viewed like drones? I've actually never flown a drone. It could be fun. See, I go out and I do disc golf occasionally, and there will be people out there flying drones around. Sometimes those are pretty fast. The ones that they're doing. Let's get up here. Okay. I'm sure it is both expensive and hard. The reaction times at speeds like that, you hit a little twig, I'm sure it little branch of a tree and down for the count. Alright, so I need to come over here and start killing some centaurs so that we can get Varog to spawn. I don't know if this thing is going to disappear right away. We kill that. Yeah. Ribbon Hatchet of the Warborn. I knew I didn't have a key, but I was hoping. Alright, we need to kill some raptors now. Get 3 feathers quick. Save that and sell it. If any greens sell for more than like 30 silver, I'm going to
as members of Congress and other participants
actually sell them.
Swearing-in ceremony leave the Capitol Rotunda. They're filing out as those proceedings are now over. On the right side of your screen, we are watching a door elsewhere in the Capitol where we expect that we will see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump and former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden walking out. This is another one of those set pieces that occur on inauguration days where an outgoing president is bade farewell from the current president. So earlier, remember, we were looking and seeing those pictures of the helicopter there on the Capitol grounds that is waiting to take the Bidens from
the national title game is
onward to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We are watching and waiting for them to come out and get started on that process. And as we do, Sagar, let's talk a little bit about Biden's last official acts as president. In the minutes, basically, before Donald Trump was sworn in and took the oath, what did we see coming out of the Biden administration?
Yeah, we had mentioned
a lot of pardons
this morning that he had issued some high-profile, preemptive pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci, to General Mark Milley, to members of the January 6th committee. Literally in the waning moments before Donald Trump took the oath, he extended preemptive pardons to his 2 spouses, to Valerie Biden and to Robert Biden and their spouses, to basically protect them from threats from Trump. The president, in a written statement, said that his family had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, and that he had no reason to believe the attacks would end. So he has extended pardons to family members, also to Native American activist Leonard Peltier, who's been serving a prison sentence for killing 2 FBI agents back in the 70s. So a flurry of last-minute executive action like that from President Biden in the very minutes before he became former President Biden.
And it's interesting to think, just a bit of context, back when Joe Biden issued the pardon for his son, for Hunter, and there was a lot of commentary about how this is coming so late in a presidency. Clearly, he was trying to kind of wait as long as possible so there wouldn't be any blowback or opportunity for people to be critical of the administration. That was nothing in terms of last minute compared to what we just saw today from what you were just running through.
Right, and an AP Newark Center for Public Affairs research poll at the time
let's
found that
get this
Hunter
poll
Biden
over with.
pardon was very unpopular, not something people were really pleased that the president was doing, essentially using the power of his office to make sure that his surviving son was immune from prosecution. Like you said, that now almost seems like it was months and months and months ago, like a lot of things here in Washington do, but to take care of, essentially, of his brother and sister and their spouses minutes before leaving the presidency is something else altogether.
Definitely. We are still watching now, waiting for Joe Biden and Jill Biden to exit the Capitol as they get into a waiting helicopter that will take them on to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We anticipate they will be going to Santa Ynez, which is an area that the Bidens most recently traveled to in August after his remarks at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The president and First Lady spent some time of reflection and relaxation.
I'm a Nebraska fan.
Of California. Now we do see.
I'm not a fan of Ohio State. I'm not a fan of Notre Dame. I wasn't a fan of Texas, especially Texas. I wasn't a fan of. What was the fourth one? Was it Georgia? I think it was Georgia. That Notre Dame beat. I'm kind of leaning towards Notre Dame right now, just because, like,
the Trumps and Bidens take part.
Everyone in my friend group absolutely hates Notre Dame. So I'm like, I just want to see some chaos.
To the outgoing president, and First Lady.
And again, something we did not see 4 years ago.
Right.
Because the Trumps had already left for Florida before Joe Biden and
Ooh, I have Soul Link now.
to the Capitol.
Right.
This gets back to a much more familiar scene.
God. Realized I was running through.
It's been striking how much engagement now former President Biden has had with Melania Trump, with Donald Trump. He made it a point to speak to one of J.D. Vance's young children right after his father took the oath, had a big smile on his face,
gotcha.
leaned out and spoke with the boy, shook hands with Carrie Underwood after she performed, very quickly shook hands with Donald Trump after he took the oath. He's had a pretty big smile on his face for a lot of what we've seen today. And I can't imagine the helicopter's rotors with the wind whipping up are going to feel very good coming up here. Having sat on the White House South Lawn way too many times when both of those men boarded Marine One, it's cold on a hot day, on a really cold day like this, not fun.
It is still only here in the mid-20s here in Washington. Let's just listen in as these farewells happen at the Capitol.
Oh my god. Can I please cast? Good lord. Oh my god. Thank God I turned that down, because that helicopter rotors would be insane right now. Still extremely annoying, even at a low volume. Do I want to do this? The spirit is good. I don't think strength is going to give us any benefit at all. I don't think it increases the damage. It increases attack power. I don't know if it affects my Voidwalker though. Yeah, it didn't. No. We're just gonna... Yep, we'll sell that one. Oh, God. Alright. Great helicopter noises. I feel like I'm right there. without the rotor wash. We are gonna get rid of this one. Let's make our way over, get Mancrick's wife. We're gonna run down to Ratchet. I think. Yeah. All right, helicopter, take off already. All right, is there anything special here? We have this guy. You sell. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's actually really good. Definitely have to remember to come back and get those in the future. Let's try and get a Thunder Lizard's horn quick. Nice. Let's see if the rare that spawns out here running around. Oh. Helicopter's getting ready to take off. It's increasing power. Ah, here we go. Okay, Soul Link. That's Astral. Yeah, that was miserable. I'm just glad there was someone here to endure that with me. Rid of that. Okay. We are going to run down here to Ratchet quick. Or Ratchet, good lord. Camp Tarajo. Ooh, never mind. We're going to get this chest back here first. Raven's Claws. They're actually pretty nice. We'll grab those. See what we got in this chest here. Grab that. I'm gonna grab that light leather as well, because that might be useful. Somebody's cheering. Alright. Camp Tarajo. Those are actually going to be useful. That is a cool dagger. I think they put the level cap up to 35 right now. So see if we can get there today. No, we're not going to do that. Get a stack of fine thread. I know, right? Now we get to see a parade. Okay. Let's look here quick. Do this. Right. Fly to Crossroads quick. And it is 1 degree outside right now here in Nebraska. I bet it's colder out. You said you're from Denver, right? I bet it's colder out there. Okay. I think I might level off of turning these quests in. There's enough of them. We're gonna go high risk.
The 45th and the 47th and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Ooh, no, we will not level off this. Snapjaw shells. We do need to run and turn in the Centaur quest up here. Ooh, I forgot. Going high risk. Going high risk reduces the, things don't scale up anymore. I'm actually gonna have to, go down to Camp T and do those quests. I mean, that's where we were going next anyway, but. I think there's one more Centaur quest, and then there's the one right here. We might do these real quick before we head down and do the Quilboar quest.
That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was
someone bought the rough stone I put on.
Every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record.
That's funny.
Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them. You look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing.
Where? What is happening? Why are you running over there?
I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very
dang
smart. The only one
freaking ads, man.
That was,
I
would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's
the hell is that
great,
thing?
he's great. This is
Holy cow! I want to kill it.
beautiful couple, and
That's gonna be tough, I think.
Career, I just
But we're going for it.
Very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard, and I said, "Ooh, this may be tough," but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest.
Let's grab this one quick. It's coming our way.
Corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will.
Holy cow!
But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! It's coming for me.
Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right?
All right, thanks for tuning in, man.
He'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I know
Really? That's all this thing dropped?
Vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual.
Take another 8-slot bag, I
I
guess.
in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority.
Flowers of healing. What the hell are those?
Really nasty to a couple of them at least, So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did.
So I need 2 more of the turtles.
Than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to...
So I was hoping it was just going to be 2.
They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not... Oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's
Welcome back. That was quick.
Such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about J6 hostages, but you'll be happy.
Okay.
Because
let's get rid of the greenwood logs.
And you're going to see a lot of action.
Son of a...
on the J6 hostages.
All right.
See a lot of
Okay. Now I need to find Hezrul. Should be walking around here somewhere.
Very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the...
All right, I don't see him over there. Let's make our way back this way.
Where they literally, what they did is they destroyed...
Yeah, so Warlock for me was like it was my first class ever, so I wanted to give it a shot. And Ascension, so the realm's not perfect. It's not exactly classic plus. It's got its Ascension spin on it. It's fun. But like if you were a classic, you want no changes other than things that are extremely that would be in classic, this isn't going to be for you because it's more of a combination of modern WoW and what Ascension does mixed with classic. Like it's Ascension's take on it. If you know Ascension, you know what you're getting.
But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe.
Ezreal doesn't spawn in here, does he? I can't remember.
The people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed.
Yeah, no. He walks around the oasis here, if I remember correctly.
Spare the people that they killed, and who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out.
He does like a patrol route.
Be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that.
Whaling sapphire gem. All right, I kind of want to go get that.
You know, what's going on? Why are we doing this? Why are we
See what it is.
a guy like Millie? Why are we doing
Well,
Millie? He was part
we'll
of
run up there real
what he
quick.
said.
See if we can get that.
What he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz
God,
Cheney? I mean, Liz
I always
Cheney's
hate getting
a
up here.
disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side.
Come on. Go.
And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war.
Yeah, I was thinking my next class would either be shaman or rogue. Not 100% sure.
And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle.
What is this?
A Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest
Ooh, a
human
trinket.
beings I've
Okay.
ever seen. I
Take
actually
it.
had a friend
Oh, God.
saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest
All right.
sucker in
Ezreal.
history.
Where you at?
Remember
Come on.
she said,
There
I
he
put my
is.
hands around his neck,
All right.
because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around
Leading
a guy with
edge.
a neck about this big.
Pretty sure that's for a warrior, probably. Oh, it's for a rogue.
You can't really do that anyway. So,
Interesting. Okay.
so I
We're gonna delete it
about
because
that, but
we obviously don't
all
need
that
that.
stuff got deleted, and the reason it got
right.
deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service tested.
Run back over, turn that in, then we'll do the other centaur quest over there. Head back to Crossroads, which I forgot to set my Hearthstone again.
But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is.
I do love a lot of the new items that Ascension's added. It just adds so much more flavor. Just really all of these things, like the trinkets. There's so many cool little things that they've added. I haven't ran into any new quest lines yet, so that's something I would really like to see in the future. But for now, I mean, it's definitely another twist on Classic, so I'm definitely enjoying it.
No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen, but she's guilty as hell.
Get this.
And now
Another ring that doesn't really do anything for us.
Evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side, and those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were
Rid
a
of the
civil
linen
case,
cloth.
it would be a criminal
Yeah.
offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a
Counterattack.
criminal offense. So I decided
We're gonna do this on our
I'm gonna
own.
Make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it.
We'll see how
a unifying
well
speech.
this works out for
When
us.
I said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans. I said this is the time to tell those stories. He knows.
Yeah, I know. With when they upped the
But seriously, I like to.
level cap to 35, they did say that there was going to be more open world stuff in Stranglethorn and I'm blanking on the other one as well. Was it not Alterac Mountains? Was it Arithi Highlands maybe?
But it's pretty.
but they said there's gonna be some like
And it's a beautiful
new open world stuff. So I don't know. I wasn't sure if that was quests, if it was
better relationship
just
between
events in the world.
I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat.
Ooh, I like those. We're gonna actually wear those.
And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes.
It was at Ruthie Highlands. Okay, so my goal is I want to get out to Stranglethorn today.
It's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been a. There's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place.
Never. I will never wash my back.
Any one of the other states. I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points.
Yeah, I've wanted to go through Classic and level as Alliance at some point, but I could just never get myself to go all the way through with it.
And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California.
Let's grab.
In an
Oh, God.
bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%, and we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas.
This guy is going to wreck me. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Jesus. I was not expecting to get hit that hard. Yeah, I've always liked Elwyn Forrest.
He's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't.
All right, we need to get back over there quick.
He's doing
This time I need to have full mana, and not just willy-nilly pull that guy.
Not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall. Right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on.
Oh yeah, the Barrens is my favorite zone ever. I just absolutely love it. I'd have sound on right now. The music in the Barrens is my favorite music. I'd have my game audio on, but obviously we have the inauguration on. Apologies if you're not a fan of Trump. I know politics are divisive, but
they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like, and the other thing is you hit it with.
I wanted to have it on. So.
They have things for concrete. So they needed very hard.
Apologies for forcing anyone to listen to this, but.
And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside. Inside
or he despawns over there. Let's get in here. Do this.
Made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a
drink some milk.
Climb panel on top. I hated it.
And this.
It's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it.
There we go. Now we got our little buddies
Way, right?
helping out here.
But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall.
Yay. Okay.
We built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very
Turn this quest in, then we're going back to the crossroads.
Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we've got a lot of great people in this party. But I got very lucky. But we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up.
Got that complete.
We have 571 miles of wall.
I need to clear out my bags a little bit.
Say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like
Things more organized. Then I'm actually going to. I believe I've got 6 slot right here. I need to get that switched out.
Because, you know, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say
Let's
that an apple
do
is double
this
in cost?
quick.
I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't
All right.
want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, a great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much.
All right, down to Camp T now.
Like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune.
Oh, shoot.
They'd have it down at in Fortune
Need to go turn
magazine,
this
they put
quest
it
in.
of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care.
You need a name tag for your channel?
They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents. Who knows? But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times.
Run over to Ratchet real
20
quick.
Times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me.
Ah, I gotcha.
But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning.
Give me 1 second, guys. I need to run downstairs, grab a water quick.
Please, let's stop. People always love
Back in 1 second.
This with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you. It sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015.
All right.
Probably started 20 years
Just in
before.
time.
Used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border...
We need
the border was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly... Historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So,
26 seconds? Holy cow. No wonder I'm out of breath.
It started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we
I need a
much better the second time in 2020. You know,
leaded
we got
vial.
millions more votes. We got
empty vial.
millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many.
Right there in
more
front of my
votes.
face.
I got like 9 million more than anybody
We'll
else.
create one of these.
And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think?
That.
And she said, you want to do this again? And,
oh, yeah.
And
I've tried Koa before. Never maxed out a character.
But I knew did, and this time
they are fun, though.
Too big to rig. It was so big. They tried.
I think I've got some other... I think I've got some other videos and streams on the channel. Not trying to, like... tell you to go watch those, but yeah, I've played them before.
They did bad things at this time.
Last one.
You know, I don't know if you saw Mr. Speaker in Washington. They had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide.
Oh, no, I don't want this.
Because people that are true
I don't want to go to Ashenville right
are
now.
so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers.
All right, back to Camp T.
That they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that.
I'm trying to think of the last class that I tried on there.
And
I know Necromancer's fun.
you know, the vote came much different, much higher.
They
than,
look real.
We're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all
Okay, I want
7
to try
swing
something.
states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80-85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done.
Uncleric, Starcaller, Knight of Zoroth.
We're going to turn our country around.
Yeah.
And we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know those heels.
Can't remember what it was. Yeah, I've tried most of the classes on there.
We were going home. Sir, would you be able to
At least to like level 15 or
say
so.
hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me.
Combine those quick.
I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right?
All right. I got to throw a jacket on.
And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Ah, that's a nice dagger. I'm hoping there's a rare that spawns over here. Hoping that rare's there. Is.
All right, so you're looking at pictures here from another portion of the Capitol where President Donald Trump has been speaking to supporters after his inaugural speech, actually in a speech that went just about as long or maybe even a little bit longer than his actual inaugural address. And this was kind of what we hear and expect is more of the campaign type rally speeches that we've heard, not as long or perhaps as animated, but more comfortable and familiar, and also flicking at some of the actions that we do anticipate President Trump will be working on as soon as he sits down at a desk and has those executive orders in front of him. All of those dozens, if not 100 or more executive orders that we expect the president to be signing today. But he spent a large
doesn't really affect us. We are going to go ahead and well, actually, you know what? Disenchant this. Those we're going to keep for now.
A lot in all of his presidential campaigns, and certainly something that he has signaled will be a hallmark of this second administration. So these events have wrapped up here. There are still several other things on the official docket for the rest of this inauguration day. Another thing that has happened while we were listening to the president's remarks is former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden have departed from Joint Base Andrews. They have taken off on their trip to California. And Sagar, I think you can help walk me through a little bit of the nomenclature about some of these aircraft that we've been looking at today. I know I mentioned earlier, I know it's Marine One, the helicopter when the president is on board, but I didn't know what to call it when there is someone other than the president on board. So talk to me about that helicopter that the Bidens used to get to Joint Base Andrews, and then the aircraft that they're on to fly on to California.
So you have that familiar color scheme on the Sikorsky helicopters, the green and the white with United States of America written on them. Just like with Air Force One, that helicopter is only Marine One when the sitting commander-in-chief is on board. So seeing as how Joe Biden was no longer the commander-in-chief, what to call that? Those helicopters are flown by the Marine Helicopter Squadron 1 out of Joint Base Andrews. They are called the Nighthawks. So this became Nighthawk 46, was its call sign for the 46th president. Got off the helicopter, walked to what would have been called Air Force One just a few hours before that. That instead was Special Air Mission 46, SAM 46. The military likes nothing better than the acronyms and the names and playing on things like that. So, you know, the joke there on Capitol Hill was that Joe Biden got to Joint Base Andrews, gave a speech, got on what used to be Air Force One, and was wheels up and flying at the time that Donald Trump was still giving what amounted to a second inaugural address to a second group of supporters.
Good. Thank you for, I learned a lot. I've learned a lot here.
That's what we're here for.
Not just military aircraft nomenclature, but in general, kind of what we're walking through on this inauguration day. As you're looking at your screen, again, just a reminder of what we're looking at. Of course, that's the U.S. Capitol in your upper left quadrant.
Disenchant
Below that is the Capitol Visitor Center. That's where President Donald Trump has been giving this address, as Sagar was just noting, that went on just about as long, if not longer, than his inaugural address. But also on the right-hand side, that's a look at Pennsylvania Avenue. That's one of the pathways, the main thoroughfares here in Washington, that is tradition on inauguration days for the new president to traverse in some fashion. It's usually in the form of a parade, clearly with the weather and events being changed around today. That will be a pathway instead that will take President Trump from the Capitol to the Capital One Arena, which you're now looking at there on your screen in the upper right-hand quadrant. There are some events happening there. There have been hundreds and thousands of supporters of President Trump gathered there for hours, lining up in the pre-dawn hours, waiting, because that is where he will be going for the festivities that are being subbed in on the schedule today in lieu of that traditional parade. They've been watching live all of the inauguration swearing-in activities, And later on today, we'll be seeing
All right.
President Trump, and we expect him to be signing
We're gonna
some executive
bypass
orders
this area
as
for
he
now.
officially begins his
We'll make our way
administration, but
back here.
also, I would imagine giving more remarks similar to what we just heard.
But
in the
we're gonna
Capitol
run up here
Visitor
and see
Center.
if there's another
Again,
rare
with
that
even
occasionally
more
spawns.
flair and more of a campaign feel than we heard in the inauguration address, and also those remarks that followed. There's also a part of the schedule of events today, an official inaugural luncheon. That happens in this space between now and when the parade would be beginning, but now is actually going to be taking place at the Capital One Arena. So again, more things that are on the schedule, but that's what you're seeing there, taking a look outside and inside the Capitol complex. And then two other views from around Washington, Pennsylvania Avenue,
don't need it.
and the
Age
Capital One
thing.
Arena, where again, Donald Trump will be addressing some of his supporters later on today.
Ah, he's here.
And as you can see now there in the lower left, those are shots from that luncheon that we were just talking about. As members of Congress and other officials are gathering, this is another one of those Inauguration Day traditions. We're a little bit behind the official schedule at this moment, but that is, again, that's kind of what happens. We go with the flow. But all of those people are gathered there waiting for President Donald Trump to come in and participate in this official part of the schedule.
I mean, steak and crab cakes. You can't go wrong on that menu.
Yeah, so what's on the menu, Sagar? You have some intel?
That's it. Steak and crab cakes.
Okay.
Well, that's not it, but that's what jumps out. Steak from Nebraska for Senator Deb Fischer, who is part of the inaugural organizing committee. There is a Minnesota apple dessert in a nod to Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from there. And again, as a Baltimore guy, crab cakes are what jump out at me. So we'll have to get some intel from someone in the room as to whether they're legitimate Baltimore jumbo love crab cakes or, you know, the diced up backfitting kind of thing that Baltimore folks want no part of.
I'm not going to get involved in the debate over crab cakes.
You want to stay very much out of that.
We can see some pictures now, too, inside that luncheon. There is Ivanka Trump, clearly the eldest daughter of President Trump, who was involved pretty heavily in his first administration, but has taken a step away from politics. She is said to spend more time with her family, but still very supportive of her father, in her own words.
Pole arm. Okay, that's it.
And the upper right there, we
This,
see the Capital One Arena.
I
There's
think we're
Kamala
gonna
Harris.
grab.
She's
I
been
think
a
we're gonna
longtime
use this.
advisor of the president, helping run his first campaign and
We will
serving in
keep that,
advisory
sell it.
capacity during the first administration.
Let's enchant these
She
quick.
has remained with him in an advisory capacity,
Dang it.
speaking in the Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump will be later on this afternoon.
The
Bristol
list of speakers for that
crossbow.
event in the Capital One Arena is a Trump who's who.
Kinda wanna
as
get up there and
well.
grab that.
Elon Musk, of course, influencer Charlie Kirk. We saw former trade advisor Peter Navarro a few minutes earlier. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders was supposed to speak. She, of course, was Trump's second press secretary. Texas Congressman Ronnie Jackson, who was the president's doctor. Tom Homan, who's going to be the guy ostensibly carrying out all these immigration operations and all the talk about deportation that the president-elect had been making. Steve Witkoff, who's been in the news because of the hostages release in Gaza. He's the president's Mideast envoy. Kash Patel, the FBI director designate, who has not received a confirmation hearing yet and may have the steepest climb of all the Trump appointees so far. And then Dan Scavino, who's one of the architects of Trump's media and digital outreach during his first campaign.
Thought I could get under there.
And his first term. So
Get up here.
that's all pretty much a fitting lead up to what will be the third speech we have heard the now president make today. He's gotten longer in the last two. This one before a decidedly home crowd could be
Okay.
could
All
be
right.
a
All right.
vintage Trump performance.
I want to. Oh, God. All right. Loot roll. Where in the hell is this at? Loot track. Ah. I want this to be like there. Great, that's a lot better. I was getting annoying being down there on my cast bar. No, I missed it. It wouldn't let me jump. All right, you know what? I don't need it. If I get a hunter, then we'll go try and grab that. Maybe. All right, so we need 5 more geomancers. Stormworks. Why does that sound familiar? Is it like a... Is that a CAD program?
More people into this movement. This is an optimistic, positive, forward-looking time for our nation, for our children, for our grandchildren, for our veterans, for the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the forgotten child. President Trump, never forget, did not need to do this. He did not need to do this. He already had everything that people who go into politics want. Money, fame.
That is definitely not a CAD program.
Golf anytime he wants.
Game.
He did this for the people. And as we all know, he dodged a bullet. But ladies and gentlemen, the whole country dodged a bullet. In not having Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris as our presidents. Welcome. Again, happy Inauguration Day. And we're just part of the warm-up band for the main act. Vice President J.D. Vance and 45-47 President
Gotcha.
Donald J. Trump.
Yeah,
God bless you and God bless
I have never heard of that game before.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
All right. Welcome, America, to the greatest day ever.
Greatest day ever. I don't know about that.
I don't have to tell anybody in this room, these are my favorite people on the planet right here. You guys are the MAGA warriors. You guys, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Well, I also
let's just
don't
kill
have to
everything.
tell you there's a new sheriff in town, right? Donald J. Trump was right about everything. Everything. I've known him for a long time. I was blessed to be his physician and work in the White House side by side with him. I was blessed enough to be with him on January 20, 2017, 8 years ago. I spent the day with him. I watched him give his inaugural address. And I'll tell you, I was extraordinarily blessed to have just come from the Capitol.
I'll have to look into it, see what it's all about.
2 hours of my entire life when I get to listen to President Trump talk about how horrible this country has been treated, and all of us have been treated, and the horrible things that have been done to all of us this last administration for the last 4 years, and how he was going to fix it all, and he did it right there with Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, and everybody else, Kamala Harris. They had to sit there and listen to it, and I loved it. Loved it.
Ooh.
I'll tell you what, you know, I thought for sure, I mean, I've always said that the 45th President of the United States is the absolute best president that this country has ever had. But you know what? I think the 47th President's going to be even better. We are in for a change. This is a great day. How many of you out there think this is one of the best days of your entire life? Absolutely it is. We had one chance to get this country.
I voted for Trump, but I can't do this like greatest thing ever. No, I can't do that. I can't do
A
it.
second chance in the form of Donald J. Trump. He's here, he's back, and he's going to fix what's broken. We're going to get our border back. We're going to stop the illegal immigrants and the cartels that have laid devastation to this country. We're going to lock them up. We're going to get rid of them. We're going to get our economy back. We're going to get our military back. We're going to get our federal government back. We're taking it all back. This is a great time to be an American. This is a great day to be an American. And I just wanted to come here, and I can't wait till he gets here to talk to all of you guys. I want to thank you for what you've done, because he got elected because people like you got out and you voted, and you took neighbors who've never voted to the polls, and we all voted, and there was an overwhelming mandate in this country for Donald Trump to come in here and to take this country back. And so I know we're all excited to be here today. It's going to be super exciting when he gets here in a minute. I just wanted to come up here and tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate you. I want to say God bless you, God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Let's disenchant that quick. Alright. I need 3 more Thorn Weavers, and then we need to find 2 Water Seekers.
A great day to be an American. I have to admit, it's a little surreal to be back in Washington, D.C. right now.
I don't know about a bad day. I don't think it's as bad as people put it out to be, but I mean, America's overall we're in a rough spot.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
Sounds important, doesn't it?
Thank you. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number 1 at Harvard also.
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
wonderful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72.
Good Lord. Okay. Let's grab.
Maybe something to think about. Okay.
Peace.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that. All right. See you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's go turn these quests in.
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom. It goes back as long as all comes.
That would be a solid druid staff.
It was. I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Chuck.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
I mean, I've played Minecraft before. I just I can never really like do it for too long. It gets a little boring after a while. Although, like, if I got into some of the like mods that add all sorts of like, I don't want to say realism, but like extended production chains and stuff like that, I think I'd probably have some more fun with it, but oh my god, I got rid of all my blood shards, didn't I? Of course. Shoot. Okay. Go grab one more. God. 'Please drop a blood shard. Really? My bags were completely full. And now they're not dropping anything but gold. Oh, copper. Oh my lord. What is happening? $90 crit. Come on, this is insane. Give me a... Ooh, you know what? These guys... I'm thinking about it. These guys might not be dropping blood shards. No, they should be. Alright, let's try this water seeker. Maybe it has to be the thorn weavers. Oh. Oh yeah, it should just be all the bristlebacks. There we go. Okay. Out of here. Nice little dagger. All right, we'll go turn that quest in, and then we're gonna fly to Crossroads quick. Get level 20 off of it. Level 23. And I'm thinking we might do on leveling our enchanting just a little bit. I do need to run. Let's first to the crossroads quick. And then we're going to go to Orgrimmar to buy a silver rod. So first things first. We're just going to enchant this. Get rid of that. Yeah. $50 copper. Holy cow. All right. Where's my war? What? My Voidwalker just magically died on me. That's fun. Okay. Okay. I should be able to train faster riding as well. Good. Right. That should have made us 60%. Yeah. All right, let's go to Orgrimmar. Oh, my Voidwalker's back now. Good lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Let's get in here and grab a silver rod quick. Have anything I want to sell on here? Okay. Figured that probably wouldn't sell for anything. Is there any chunks of bolt? Holy cow, people are... Jesus. But no, we aren't going to do that. What else can I get here cooking? Egg? Nope. Right. Guess we're going to just do the spice bread. What do we all have here? Let's see. Okay. Gonna sell for much at all. Lamb meat. That. Completely forgot about the minor wizard. Well. Do a collab. What did you have in mind?
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise for the introduction of the official party. Please welcome members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise, and House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
So events are officially getting underway here at this luncheon that is occurring inside the U.S. Capitol. Again, this is one of those traditional Inauguration Day events where we see members of Congress, other invited guests, and also the President. Donald Trump will be joining this crowd shortly. They have been gathering.
I mean,
many of these people
I'm not necessarily opposed to doing a collaboration. I don't know what we would do, like type of gaming we do or anything like that. So I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance.
Okay. Let's make all these quick.
The President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler.
One of those.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
Oh, those actually get used now. Holy cow. Okay. So.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fischer, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer. On behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981,
Okay.
and where the House of
Let's
Representatives
see, where are we at right now?
50 years ago. That
Okay.
would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every
see if we
state.
can get into a dungeon.
The hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting,
Get
we're
rid
drawn
of
to the bottom
those.
of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter, and it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best.
All right. Oh, of course we get into a dungeon. All right.
And a
Do it.
determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families.
See what we get into.
Health and strength by your
RFC,
grace
okay.
and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
All right.
to believe in conservative principles. And I went to campus after campus, and you know, it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But to all the young people of America and Gen Z, I want you to know, President Trump is going to deliver for you so that you could be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody.
You are looking on the left-hand side of your screen at a shot of the U.S. Capitol, where the luncheon involving President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance is now ongoing. On the right-hand side, continuing to see pictures coming in from Capital One Arena, where the President and Vice President and their spouses will head later this afternoon for what would have been the inaugural parade and will now be probably somewhat more of a campaign-style rally, a festive atmosphere celebrating this first day of the second Trump administration. Just a reminder that we will continue to bring you live coverage through this afternoon from both of these venues, and as President Trump and Vice President Vance are in transit, taking that route down Pennsylvania Avenue where the parade would have been,
Okay,
but now
so
their motorcade will be traversing the city of Washington here. So let's continue to take a look at Capital One Arena and also on your left, the U.S. Capitol.
Inauguration day ever. Today is one
Let's
of the most
focus
important
this
days
shaman.
in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now heading back to the White House.
Oh my God.
I could not be prouder.
Oh my God, what is happening?
To be standing before you because 77
What is happening here? Our healer has passed away on us.
Donald Trump to make sure that it is always America first. So I want to tell you some stories because no president, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had his work ethic, his energy, or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep
Oh
state.
my God, what is
We
happening?
all heard him say it, and now we all know it's true. And his intuition is always right, so he starts talking about bad trade deals. That's what he thinks. So let me tell you a story about the last day on the campaign trail. So I went to meet the president in North Carolina, okay? He gets up in the morning at 8 o'clock. We get in the motorcade. He gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start 8 a.m.
Oh my God.
Midnight.
Come on.
Gets
Guys.
on the stage midnight.
Kill the shamans.
Michigan, speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours. Never takes a nap. And when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power.
Let's kill the group we're on before we go and pull everything else in the freaking dungeon. Oh my Lord.
See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help us fix America. So, I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working and building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break.
So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost.
I wish I had some AoE right now. Rain of Fire would be great right now.
And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president, helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest
Good Lord.
country on earth. And we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did was charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The U.S. government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is its birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump.
These are actually better.
Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to
Let's
come and sell products
go
to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields, and it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do. Build their factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great-paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and the ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House, and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Wondrous wisdom ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now. Can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
See what I get for killing this guy. If I get some decent XP.
In Washington, D.C., you know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be
Holy shit,
plentiful.
he hit him hard there.
It's your money, not the government's.
126, that's it?
In
Okay.
Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice
You want to get that
everything. We know
shaman
that
that's up here at the top?
stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun
We're gonna
set
die.
on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America.
Let's see if we can down this guy quick.
Donald J. Trump has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America. And America, we will never give up on him.
Now, I'm not going to try and get Ogle Flint or whatever, because I don't think I'd be able to do that.
Golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility
We'll do this, though.
and every day in support of this
All right.
administration
Get out of here.
to do everything that we
Can't do that while in
possibly
combat.
can
What are you
do
talking about?
for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down
Let's go to
inflation. He
Crossroads,
is
then.
stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again.
All right, guys. I got to go AFK for just a few minutes. I will be back, though, eventually. So, give me just a few minutes here.
Great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history. From George Washington to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty or give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American, and we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age, It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so
I'm
many
back.
roles that I was humbled and
Looks like everyone else is gone, so
when I swore an oath to that
we'll continue on.
Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land.
All right, I need to go find a Kodo.
Where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first.
Ooh, we got demon armor.
So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Demon armor is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Dan Scavino.
Alright, let's find a Kodo, and maybe we can find Ishamwale while he's here, while we're here. I want to check something.
Hello, Patriots. How's everybody doing this evening? We're back! USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today.
Dan Scavino.
One thing
Holy
I just
cow.
noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey." In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th President of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital he had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture. He's staring at the picture. One of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, "Call Doug and see if he's doing okay." That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot. And I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide.
If there's anything over at this tent. See if they added anything.
In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, "Fight, He will do that for every one of you. For the United States of America,
is.
he will always put America first.
Please don't attack me.
Question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window. Garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you going to take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest.
Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting.
The guy is 1 in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this.
I don't really feel like doing. Oh, what is this?
Moment.
I don't really feel like doing more dungeons.
Movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
Use a new wand. Starting to get a little. Ooh. Warriors. This one is getting a little bit overwhelming. Although I do get some crits with it, so. Ooh, there's another rare. Me and okay, what is that? Oh, it's my book. Finally getting over here. Okay. So we have the weapons we need. There's washed upon it. So that is another quest to turn in. Now we need to kill the 3 named mobs. Them is over here. Generally, there's some chests over here too. We want to try and kill one of these seers, a couple of these seers, see if they drop any special weapons. This part of the stream is probably going to be muted. Actually going to do this, and then we are going to go here and get sound going again. I got another one. Don't you dare. Okay. Ooh. This guy be a fun one. Oh, all right. Let's grab. Oh my god. Okay. Rid of this. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, run. Oh god. All right, let's get this guy. Or both of them. Okay. A lock workbane. We're gonna get rid of our fishing pole because we don't really need that anymore. I'll check in here. Then I can loot. Okay. Where is the last one at? Oh, he's out there. Okay. really want to go do this quest right now. Let's hearth to the crossroads. Our mailbox.
Hello, man. Lita, how you doing, man? Spirits be with ya, man.
Alright, we're gonna go to Camp T quick. Quest to clear out our bags. Okay.
Greetings. Go in peace. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Speak, friend. Be safe. Strength.
Back to Crossroads, then to Ratchet. Run up here, do this quest, then turn in all our quests.
Well met. Be careful. Peace, friend.
Okay. Alright. At level 25 here.
Blood and thunder. For the Horde. Stronghold.
Oh. Okay. There's a quest up here. This is new, I think.
Hey there.
I don't remember this being a warlock area.
Interesting. Very well then.
Ooh, you know what I have. New epic enchant slot. We can get up here. You need to... Found a rare. Am I at the wrong tree? No. Okay. I'm thinking. Oh boy, want to go up here into Ashenvale next?
Farewell. Victory.
Yo, have a good one. Time is money, friend.
Camp T, then we'll go up to Splinter Tree Post. Actually, before we do that, we're gonna level up our enchanting. Oh, hey.
Set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather.
Back to doing
featuring the
stuff.
Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him. Caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow, to guide all that we do and all that we hope for.
Do we have more quests? Good Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
All right, we're going to go to Asheville. What we got up here? One better, but we're gonna pass on that.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Alright, bracer, lesser intellect, ruined golden rod. Okay, what's my next? Wand. 155. Okay. I can do that. I do not have any greater mystic. Okay, so can we make here? Woolen gloves. The problem is we don't have a lot of wool cloth right now. So we need to just get out here and start doing our thing. Still. Okay. In there. Don't really feel like going in. Turn this quest in. Let's make this our Hearthstone.
What can I do for you?
I've been expecting you. How may I aid you? Peace, friend. We shall meet again.
Okay, let's not find trees. That off.
What do you need? Go forth to victory.
Yeah.
Greetings, man. Stay away from the... What do you need? May your blades never dull.
Let's go and do these things. Okay. Hold up a second. Okay. You have another quest for me. No, okay, I got that. Quest over here, though. And a vendor in the road. Ah. This is a fun quest. Okay. Let's hop down here. Ah, there we go. Clean map. Blue leather bag. Anything for us right now? Any quests up here? We're gonna make our way up towards the satyrs. Yep. Ooh. Think we can take it? I don't know if we can. Two more outrun. All right, one more outrunner. Be one up here somewhere. Hopefully, there we go. Go turn this one in quick. Clear our bags, and then we're gonna run up to the satyrs. You, yeah, you are a deadly blunderbuss. Forgot about that.
I have just the thing for you.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
100 quests completed. Eh. Still need a necklace. I'm gonna run up over here real quick. I guess no, it's the Outrider, I think. I remember. We'll come back here and do Satyr quests. We have to be careful. Maybe we'll get some enchants or something. Some gear for us, actually. Yeah, it is the Outrider over here.
before the Horde.
Oh, yep. Thing hits hard. Okay. Oh man, I want to try it, but it's grass. What health does it have? Oh, we might give it a shot. Oh god. See how we do it against this thing. Maybe if I let the Void Walker work on some threat before I actually attack. Oh my god, he's gonna kill me. How is it healing itself? I didn't realize that would happen. Oh, had just a little health increase thing. Interesting. Okay. I think what is going on here. I don't know if this has been. Well. Should automatically level up, I would think. Yeah, man. He's not doing a lot of threat right now. See. Sure, please. Mr. Voidwalker, could you please? Not really worth it. Oh, okay. Okay. These guys are just popping up out of everywhere. Okay. That's fun. How did they just kept like spawning on top of each other? The hell? That seems a little glitchy to me. That is wild. Okay. And maybe we aren't gonna go after those satyrs. Yes. Are there any quests over here? Never really came up and quested in Ashenvale a lot. Ashenvale a lot. Seem like there is. Yeah. Alright. I'll be right back in a second, guys. Alright, I'm back. Might try and hop in a dungeon. Oh, hot button. Might try and hop in a dungeon here. See if we can get an extra level or two before we try and hop in and deal with these taters over here. With things like this. We're just out leveled a bit. Okay. Can you get out of my way, please? What is sparkling? Okay, so let's start the Orgrimmar. We're gonna run to the auction house. Look at armor. Yes, neck.
Commanders, take charge of your units.
Only usable. But huh? We're gonna I think we're gonna skip that for now then. Okay. cloth head.
Taking a look here at the Capitol, now that the passing review ceremonial inspection of the military has concluded, we see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump exiting the Capitol. Their motorcade has been awaiting them. This will be their initial trip as President and First Lady officially getting into these vehicles that will be their official modes of transportation, at least when they're on the ground in Washington and throughout the world. Really, these same sorts of vehicles will be transporting them. But now they are headed to what is standing in for the inaugural parade. There you see the Capital One Arena. That is elsewhere here across Washington. And that is where supporters of the president have been waiting for hours at this point to see him in person. They watched live from that Jumbotron screen you see there in the middle of the arena. They watched live as he took the oath in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol about 4.5 hours ago. And they have been watching other images coming in from the events on this inauguration day. That luncheon that just concluded elsewhere in the Capitol, the passing review, inspection of the troops. And now they are watching President Trump and the First Lady get into their waiting vehicles that will take them to that arena. So, Sagar, as we're looking at these images, this is a different kind of inauguration, obviously, because everything is kind of inside and on a different schedule. But what do you think we're
Wow,
going
the
to
auction
see
house is
once
really,
Donald Trump gets to
really,
Capitol One
really
Arena from
buggy.
this crowd? They've
Oh
been
my
waiting for a
lord.
while, but if they've been to some of his political rallies in the past, they're probably kind of used to some of that time frame.
And I think it's going to look
Yeah,
a
like
lot
the auction
like
house is
those
not
of us who've
working
been to Trump rallies, like
at
a
all, really.
Trump campaign rally, not necessarily a "Hi, I'm the new president" now. Based on the speech that we saw the newly minted president give to backers after his formal inaugural address, that was a somewhat short version of the greatest hits speech that you've especially have heard so many
Lots
times.
of familiar points, though.
Yes, immigration, the election was stolen, people are crazy, etc., etc. That was before governors and lawmakers and dignitaries inside a very dignified place inside the United States Capitol. Here you're going into a basketball and hockey arena with 20,000 supporters, many of whom have spent quite a bit of money to get to Washington and wanted to be outside to take part in the regular festivities. As you said, some of them 8, 9 hours. It's really cold.
I'm actually gonna buy this.
To then get in the arena, where we're told a lot of the concession stands aren't open, so now they may be hungry as well. And
Maybe
they've been
hangry
waiting.
by this point.
Exactly. So I think what you can expect, based on past experience, pretty raucous welcome, and then a pretty raucous speech from the president. I don't think this is going to be the softer tones, middle ground inaugural address. Let's, push for unity in America. This is going to be, you are my people. 20,000 of you have waited hours to see me, and I'm going to give you the campaign speech.
And from some of the people we've seen taking the stage there at Capital One ahead of President Trump, a lot of familiar faces from the campaign trail. Clearly, Elon Musk was on stage a short while ago giving comments that mirrored a lot of what he said in favor of Trump's candidacy along the campaign trail. We saw Dan Scavino, who has been one of Trump's advisors during his first term and clearly during his campaigns, and now coming into the second term. On the left-hand side of the screen, we are seeing the motorcade begin to make its way out of the Capitol complex, and we'll be heading across Washington there to the Capital One Arena. Anticipate this won't be a very long trip. Clearly roads are blocked off because this is now the president making a trip across Washington, which we will be seeing many times over the next 4 years. And the traffic blockades and other security measures that are always taken when he gets on the road.
This is the full-on presidential motorcade, more than a dozen vehicles, a lot of armor, a lot of very heavily armed gentlemen in a couple of these vans, the Secret Service counter-assault team, the ambulance, the vans with staff, the vans with reporters, other support staff, more security. Then you add in that this is a national security, special security event, and you add in that the vice president's there. This is going to be a very quick trip. There's no stopping at lights here. There's no waiting for someone on a crosswalk. None of that happens here.
And it'll be interesting to see how many people are lining the streets, because as we've talked about throughout this day, it is so cold. All the outdoor activities were called off. And a lot of people who had been anticipating that they would watch all of this on the mall from even big screens if they weren't able to see events happening on the west front of the Capitol, since those were moved inside, those screens were covered up and inactive, and people were told to stay inside. So we have seen some folks out on the streets, as there is the typical parade route through Washington that had been organized, festooned with flags long ago in anticipation of all of this. But it is currently, by my count, 21 degrees outside in D.C., and the wind gusts have made it feel much colder than that. So we see now the motorcade making its way.
I mean, you see more security and reporters and video cameras than you do just people outside watching. And it's odd because we're so used to this route being 7, 8, 9, 10 deep with people who had long ago rented hotels along this route, paid thousands of dollars to be able to watch from there. And, you know, here there's a smattering of people just to watch the limousine go by, and not the slow version of the motorcade like during a parade. This is, you know, the regular, again, motorcade getting a president from point A to point B as quickly and as safely as they can do it.
And that typical part of the parade that we see for that last stretch in inaugurations past, where the president will get out and make it on foot. I think you said earlier that Jimmy Carter was the first president to
go the entire way. That entire 3-mile route from the Capitol to the White House. Jimmy and Rosalind Carter said, you know what? We want people to see us. We want them to think that this office belongs to them, because it does, and we want them to watch us the entire way from the seat of power to the executive mansion.
Seeing the motorcade slowing down to a stop right there.
I mean, maybe somebody was in the crosswalk. I could have been wrong. That van you see, the modified truck there, that is the Secret Service counter-assault team. These are the very heavily armed and armored operators whose job it is to repel an attack on the motorcade. Never been deployed. Actually, have not had to jump out of the vans and do it, but when we get up on the White House driveway and they open their doors and they start taking their stuff out, it's not a group of gentlemen you want to mess with.
Understood. Continuing to take a look there at the Capital One Arena, where the crowd is now awaiting, maybe not the next speaker to take the stage, but certainly the one they've been waiting for all day, and that will be President Donald Trump, who is continuing to make his way to this sports arena in Washington in his motorcade for the next of these official events as part of the inauguration. I would imagine that a lot of the folks in that arena who've been waiting there today have probably been to some, if maybe one or maybe several of Donald Trump's campaign rallies or other events along the way. And Sagar, you know, those of us who've covered a lot of these events, those people are accustomed to waiting quite a long time to get through security, but also to
just waiting on Donald Trump himself to...
Sometimes the schedule takes some twists and turns.
The schedule gets a little bit out of whack. I mean, as it does with a lot of presidents and a lot of candidates. We've all lived through very long delays at the White House and various events. And something like today, even as choreographed as it is, can go off the rails very quickly. You know, what we anticipated would be a few minutes of remarks from Donald Trump after his main speech became longer than the actual speech. That as a way of knocking you off schedule, and all the handshakes and the posing with the thumbs up and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this is not out of the ordinary. That doesn't make it easier when you're not allowed to bring a whole lot of stuff in and you might be really hungry or thirsty. But the anticipation of seeing the new president, maybe enough to offset a lot of that.
And especially, I guess, coupled with the fact that there are a lot of events that folks who've come here to Washington to experience this haven't really been able to get that same feel. You know, we're all these set pieces of being on the west front of the Capitol and the parade and those moments where his supporters would get to see in person Donald Trump at this point, not really having that because of all of the weather-related changes, but that is very understandable because it's for safety and it is extremely, extremely cold.
I mean, there have been a lot of the usual parties, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night receptions, but that might not be something the average Trump supporter might attend. I mean, we're talking balls where people are, you know, black tie, paying thousands of dollars to get in.
High-level donors and supporters.
Right, exactly. Folks who are willing to put out that kind of money, whereas a lot of times in Washington for inaugurations, you have people who bring their kids and their families just to be able to say, we watched this peaceful transfer of power, a hallmark of American democracy. We wanted our kids outside to watch the outgoing president and the new president roll by. They didn't get that today. Did some of those folks get into the arena? Maybe. Capacity 20,000. That's less than a tenth of the number of people that were expected to be on the West Front and on the Capitol grounds. Forget all the general admission areas on the National Mall, along the parade route, wherever else. You're looking at, you know, maybe in the neighborhood of 300,000 people, and now you're down to 20,000. I'm not great with the math, but that math doesn't seem great. A lot of people who wanted to see something are not going to get to see it.
Just a fraction of what would have been possible, but still.
Fraction, that's probably a better way to than to try to actually do the math in my head. But this arena that's been hosting NBA and NHL games and concerts, and I mean, I've taken my nephews and niece to the circus and to see the Harlem Globetrotters in this building. I mean, it's hosted everything. This is a new one. This is not something that what used to be called the MCI Center, then became the Verizon Center, is now Capital One Arena. This is not something that it's ever hosted. This is not something that's really happened on this scale. The old Capitol Center in the DC suburbs in Maryland hosted a very truncated celebration for Ronald Reagan's 1985 inauguration. That was the last time something was moved indoors, but there was no parade. You know, how, again, they're going to pull off an actual parade in this building? Again, I've seen a lot of different kinds of events in there over the years, but this will be something different.
I've been to many college basketball games in that arena back when it was the MCI Center, kind of dating myself a bit, but
I still refer to it as just simply Verizon with my wife, and that it hasn't been called that for a couple of years now. I'm not violating any, naming deals or anything, but to me, it was MCI, like for you, for a long time, and then Verizon. And people in D.C. who remember the old Capitol Center, long since demolished, have been conflating the two names. So you have Capital One Arena, the new one. The Capitol Center no longer exists. The Capitol. So there have been all kinds of, well, wait, which building is what? What time's the Cap Center thing? Like, well, it's not, because they blew up the building 20 some odd years ago. A lot of concerts and games there as well.
And just to go back to what we were saying earlier about some of the supporters in there, I mean, they have been there probably since at least 8 o'clock this morning. I think there were people getting ready to line up and make their way over there when I was coming in, several hours ahead of that. So this has literally been an all-day affair for the people there in the Capital One Arena.
And they're obviously going to wait a little while longer. We have not quite seen, nor are we expecting necessarily to see President Trump or Vice President Vance make their way into the arena itself.
United States through live
But the crowd will
multimedia performances.
be sure to let you know once it gets its first look at the now 47th President of the United States.
And appearing regularly on major television and streaming.
And what we're seeing now is, you know, if this had been a parade, we would see a lot of marching bands and different musical acts kind of participating, as we often see. But I think we're getting somewhat of a sense of that now from what we have just heard and from what you're seeing on your screen. Some of those same groups who travel here from all over the country to take part in inauguration parades at invitation of the committee and sometimes to represent a certain institution or geographic area, but we are still seeing some of those entities making their way in there for performances. It just looks a little different, but still has a festive feeling to it, and I'm sure that the folks who have been there since very early this morning, who have been listening to a lot, watching a lot, but at least they are seeing now some level of performance as part of the festivities on this inauguration day.
I wonder if that trade-off, sitting inside the arena for 8, 9 hours, whatever it might be, the trade-off with not being outside in single-digit wind chill for a good chunk of that. I wonder who'd fall on which side of that. Would you rather have been outside and waiting, I don't know, 5 hours, 6 hours, or inside? I'm gonna vote for inside. And if you did bring little kids, then here's hoping your bag had some, I don't know what you would need there to keep them occupied for 8 hours, but bring it all.
Yeah, and too, just logistically, Sagar, when we think about this is the same arena where Donald Trump spoke last night, and it's really only been in the last 48 hours, really, that all of the logistics for this inauguration have been completely transformed from everything we've talked about of what usually happens to what we see happening now. So using this space for multiple different things, trying to figure out how to accommodate not only the supporters that have been there since early this morning, but also these musical groups and other participants taking place in what would have been the parade. I can't imagine all the work that it takes to get into that, but for whatever level of frustration anybody has been feeling about this is what we're seeing. They were able to figure out how to make it all come together. It's just kind of important to note all of the planning that usually takes years for an inauguration and for all of the events that come together had to be changed at the very, very last minute to accommodate this Arctic blast that we're feeling here in Washington.
And the Capitol Rotunda is always the fallback, the bad weather fallback, since it was for Ronald Reagan 40 years ago, but it hasn't had to be used. But there exists that possibility, at least. They've done it before. There is a way to obviously secure that building and secure that space. To transfer a pro sports arena into this, I mean, you imagine what the logistics involved in this have been over the last 48, 72 hours. You know, we all first got word Friday afternoon, like, hey, they might move it inside, to, oh, wow, they moved it inside. Oh, wow, that must be a terrible, I mean, I have a headache thinking about that for them. To be able to pull it off, you know, the rotunda, everything there seemed to go well, at least, you know, outside looking in, everything went off without a hitch. Is this easier to secure if you look at it perhaps from the Secret Service standpoint? Absolutely. An actual building, it's always going to be easier to secure than an outdoor event, as we saw twice this summer. Speaking of which, that first assassination attempt against Donald Trump in Butler County, Pennsylvania, there will be first responders from Butler County among the folks who are taking part in this parade, so that will be a nice touch. But yeah, the place looks pretty full, and they've got, you know, a whole lot of red, white, and blue going on. It helps that that's, you know, been part of the Washington Capitals and Washington Wizards color scheme as well. So
maybe they already had that on.
They may have already had some of those filters in place with the lights. Who knows? I wonder what they did with the banners, the retired numbers and things there. The camera's not tilted up that high, but you've got Capitals players' numbers retired up there, the old Washington Bullets World Championship banner flying. But those are pretty high up. And I've had such nosebleed seats that we've been looking down on the banners. That's how high we've sat for some games and concerts there.
It's important to note those security measures that you point out from all of those outdoor rallies that we covered before Butler and then after Butler, when the campaign did hold some outdoor events, and there was a question of whether Secret Service would allow the Trump campaign to really do that. And once they had decided that they wanted to return to those outdoor events. And there we see Sagar there.
I know, that's all I had to do was mention it, and now we see their Eastern Conference Champions banner, the President's Trophy, the Washington Mystics.
Still represented there in the Capital One Arena. Home to many different kinds of events, including the 60th Presidential Inaugural Parade.
We've not gotten a sense from the pool traveling with, and now President Trump, about when exactly we will see him. And again, we are expecting him. If you look very closely at that stage, you have the lectern where he will make his remarks, but off to the left of that, it almost looks like a toy from a distance. It's something my daughters have right now in their playroom. There's a little desk with a presidential seal on it. President Trump is expected to sign some executive orders there. He's been previewing it for days. He told the crowd in this very building yesterday that they would be very happy with some of the actions that he's going to take, and sure enough, he will be signing them from that stage.
Yes, Sagar, and if we see remarks from President Trump, signing of those executive orders that you were talking about, this isn't the last thing on their dance card, so to speak, for the evening. We expect the Trumps to go back to the White House for more signing of executive orders, but even beyond that, and there's a close-up there of that desk that you were just talking about. But after that, there's a series of inaugural balls where we expect the President and First Lady to attend this evening. There's the Commander-in-Chief inaugural ball, there's the Liberty inaugural ball, and then the Starlight ball. So 3 separate events where we expect to see the President and First Lady beyond what's going to be happening in this arena. So they're extreme close-up there of that desk with a stack of what we presume are executive orders and other proclamations that President Trump will be signing once he gets there to the Capital One Arena. But after that, then the parties, those first dances between the President and First Lady that we think we'll be seeing later on tonight.
It's not like it used to be. Ronald Reagan, I believe, had 9 inaugural balls one year, and he joked about if we just go and spend 10 minutes at each, maybe we'll fall asleep by the end of them. That's a lot of transit. That's a lot of in and out of the vehicles and dancing, and 3 seems a little bit more manageable.
There we can see some of the pool photographers who have been traveling around with President Trump today. So anticipate that when we see them, that means that we will be seeing him at least relatively shortly, so they can be out front to get those shots as he and First Lady Melania Trump, we believe, will be coming into this arena.
Would note almost smack in the middle of the screen is Evan Vucci, who's the AP's chief Washington photographer, who's covered more inaugurations than I can think of. So,
well, don't date him too much.
Well,
don't make him feel too old.
Let me rephrase that. More big Washington events than I can think of. Yeah, I don't think he would like any kind of age reference there. But if we see Evan Vucci there and he's right in front, then you know that
we know there's a president pretty close
whomever
by.
the dignitary is recovering here, he's getting close. You saw on that little table, which I'm not sure why I think that's funny, but it just looks like this tiny little table in this giant arena. The box with the pens. It would look to be that the Trump Sharpies are back. If you recall, we don't just use a ballpoint pen or a little fine tip marker. These are full-on Sharpies that make noise when signing.
You can certainly hear them.
Yes, and President Trump used to revel in handing out boxes of those. I was in the Oval Office one time when he had a group of kids and he summoned an aide to bring 3 more boxes of them, and was just handing each kid 3 and 4, just kind of flinging them out of this kid's grabbing Sharpies and jamming them into their pockets.
Hey, it's a souvenir.
I would take a presidential Sharpie. But it just makes such a distinct sound.
I was about to say, we saw earlier as the president was signing some other proclamations dealing with a lot of staff and some other things, aside from the executive orders that we believe will be coming later. But we could hear on the audio from that those Sharpings were in action. So
and he always reveled in signing things in the Oval Office or whatever event he was speaking at, and turning around that folio and holding it up in the air, and that thick signature with that Sharpie was almost as big as some of the actual news in that document. So I trust with these EOs to cheers, he will be showing that off today as well. And then my guess would be that some of those Sharpies get flung into a crowd, and some of these folks are going to walk away with a souvenir.
A look at some of the musicians there who are providing the soundtrack to this stage of the events here in Capital One Arena. Otherwise, they would probably be marching outside on the cold streets of Washington, but they are inside, as are all of our parade-related events this afternoon.
Hey guys, I'm going to end this stream here. Went for about 5 hours. Inauguration's not over. Obviously, no one's tuned in here for the last hour or so. So I'm going to hop on off. I need to do some running here before work tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off now. Thanks to anybody that tuned in. I'll see you guys next time.